Hello. I'm not entirely sure what happened just now or why my live stream dropped off, but I'm back. I wonder how long I was talking to myself. Anyway, here we are, back again. God, I hope I'm streaming now. Like what? Oh, hey, Cybeard. Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened. And I also don't know how long I've been talking to myself. So, hello. I literally have been sitting here like, why isn't it doesn't look like my stream manager page is updating. And then well, I mean, yes. Generally speaking. I do talk to myself an awful lot. But this time it was like particularly pronounced because I actually was just sitting here like streaming to nobody. So much for that. Oh, and then I hopped right back on. I didn't even use the starting soon screen. So whenever I upload this video, it's going to look really weird. Oh, well, that's fine. Like, literally no one. Like, literally just looking at myself in the computer screen and streaming. Not streaming, just talking at the computer screen. Now I'm so curious let's see. I'm just gonna mosey over to my channel and see how long this last video was. Oh, maybe because I'm live, it's not showing me my previous video. Okay, so never mind. Oh, that's right, I'm all about a good rehearsal. Or rather, oh, look at that. Now the notification that I'm live. Everything is so off today. Well, you know what? It's been like a weird ass week for me. In my like real life as well, so. Stream Elements, good job. I can't tell. Okay, this lo-fi is wigging me out because there's like really low talking in the background of it, and I'm trying to figure out if I have another tab playing sound or if it's in the background of the music. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's just been a fucking week. I can't even like do work anymore. I've just been sitting at my desk like looking at the work. Not getting anything done. I think I've probably been about roughly half as productive as usual, which I guess is still saying something, but well, when I was talking to no one, I told you all that I've just used the last of the whiskey in this drink, this whiskey lemonade. So I do have a couple of backup bottles. Okay, it's definitely not. It's definitely part of the lo-fi. I was worried that there was like a weird echo because I had my own channel up for a second, and I'm channeling desktop audio into the stream, obviously. Aww. My mom just texted me. I'll have to. It does kind of sound like another stream. Wait. Okay, wait. Did that stop it? I think it did. Oh my god. What is this day? Oh, wait. When is Mercury retrograding right now? Okay, then it was the tab that I just closed. Why am I still having so much of a struggle with audio things this far into streaming? It's been like a month. It's been over a month. Oh yeah, I was looking up Mercury retrogrades. Well, yeah, that's true. That was one of the things that I got super hung up on when I was initially setting things up, is that I couldn't get my desktop to recognize my condenser mic. And it was like a whole, I was plugging it into, it's a USB microphone. I was just like plugging it into the wrong USB port. But it was because like, I guess some of them also are for power, is my best guess. Because it only worked when I plugged it into this one. But I only found that out by testing it on my Windows laptop. It was like a whole thing. It was quite a struggle. No! I mean, it's the struggle, man. The streamer struggle. You know what? I think that might have been the intro that I watched. Because I was on my way to aerial class, and I was like, I'm just going to watch, like, the first 10 minutes. And then I remember watching it and being like, what is wrong with I was, like, trying to figure out the settings on my phone and why I wasn't getting audio, and I think that's why. This is what's fun, though. Like, this is why people like live entertainment specifically, is because things can go wrong, and people love laughing at things that go wrong. Like, television doesn't have that. Movies don't have that. You cut it out on YouTube? Should have left it in. It's charming. Okay, here we go. Mercury retrograde dates in 2021. I think that we are. It's still, oh good. I have not been editing my videos. I've just been posting them raw on YouTube at the moment. Okay, no, we're not in Mercury retrograde. We're just idiots. Yeah, at some point, maybe, like, I might get into doing some editing. I know that it's much better to post highlights than it is to post, like, entire raw. Oh, that's cool. That'll be cool. Well, maybe at some point I'll hire you to edit my stream down. But right now, I'm taking it slow. Yay! Yes, money is a good thing. We need more of it. Oh my god, look how it's been this long since I opened this book. Finding memorabilia from years and years ago. Also, may I present for your review a set of, I probably shouldn't put this person on blast, but I have no recollection of taking these. Zero. And I have no idea who that is either. I probably should have, like, I mean, I vaguely remember knowing at one point in time. But I do remember I know what photo booth this was, though. The Double Down Saloon in Las Vegas. But I don't remember why I was there or who this person is. So, I know, I should have. Which means that, so this business card that I pulled out of this chapter is from when I was living in New York. Coyote Ugly. But this bookmark, this set of photo booth photos that I had as the bookmark in the first chapter was only taken in Las Vegas. So I must have opened it again at some point after I moved. I don't know. Which means this is going to be the third time that I attempt to read this book. And I'm bringing you all along for the ride. Well, I'm not going to read the entire thing to you, but I just think that it's interesting. A garden gnome? Wait, did what? Put the photo booth photos in the first chapter? Because I don't know if I would allow a garden gnome in my house to do such things. I mean, I guess it's as possible as anything. Oh, God. Okay. Well, we shall begin reading for the second time, but for the first time with actual viewers. So, this book, just as like a means of introduction, it's called Magic, an Occult Primer by David Conway. And I bought it in this adorable little metaphysical shop in New York City, in the East Village, I think. Yeah, East Village. And same place I bought my tarot deck, actually. I forget the name of the place, of course, but I could probably look it up because I remember exactly where it was and I could still walk there if I had to. But they had like all the best witchy stuff. And this book caught my eye back then. This would have had to have been in like 2016. And I started reading it when I bought it and just like didn't make it past the first couple of chapters because the first part, okay, it's like a bunch of theory, as it were. But the first chapter is one of the things that like started to get me thinking about like what else is out there and just like our place in the universe, you know? So, okay, here goes. The first chapter is called Magic and Natural Law. The word magic is commonly applied to any effect that has no observable cause. To small children, the appearance of a rabbit in the conjurer's hat is a feat of magic, although wiser folk know the beast was put there before the performance began. One of the distinctions between the magic our book is about and party tricks of this sort is that in the former, the causes responsible for certain effects escape even the wisest among us. These causes exist, of course, but they owe nothing to the physical laws of our everyday world, hence their magical aspect and our consequent difficulty in believing them possible. So, like, of opening paragraphs of books, this was one that, like, really shook me up. Because, okay, having been raised, like, super Catholic, I always had kind of believed that there was, like, something else out there, something indiscernible that was, like forces beyond our comprehension. Not necessarily a higher power, but, like, something. And so I don't know, looking at it from the perspective of like, well, yeah, those forces are just like, we just don't have an explanation for them yet. That doesn't make them any less real. Super Jewish. So there's like a decent amount of overlap in the Catholic and Jewish faiths, because our like Old Testament is basically just a copy and paste of the Torah, I think. But obviously there are some fundamental differences. But yeah, I think a lot of the like guilt and I don't know. I can't really speak to what Judaism is like because obviously I have no experience with it. But from what I've heard of friends of mine who were raised Jewish and some of them who still identify as such, it's just like less stringent and more like, it just leaves more room for people to be human. I mean, maybe that's just my perception though, from outside of it. Also, I will say that the version of Catholicism that I was raised on was like not your average church on Sundays Catholicism. There was like some extremism, a lot less rules. That's what I thought too. Oh no. Yeah, that would be tough if you really loved bacon. That's been well, not that it's the same at all, but going from transitioning into being pescatarian, bacon is like the one thing that I will occasionally make an exception for because it's just so good. But very rarely, like a few times a year. So, because I don't approve of the pork industry. Just as a whole, I do not approve of it. And so I don't want to like be a part of that. You know? But bacon is really fucking good, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Just not have it? No. Unacceptable. Can't combine meat and dairy. I've heard that before, but I don't think I've ever actually met anyone who like practiced that, like adhered to that restriction. I don't know. I guess I haven't known very many devout Jews in my day, though. So, well, yeah, and in New York, there definitely are still Orthodox Jews, but I guess I just didn't really, as like an artist and vagabond, just general all-around vagabond, I didn't run across very many devout people of any religion. But yeah, actually, there's a whole part of Brooklyn. Yeah, the Bible Belt of the South would not. No. No. That's one of the things that I miss about New York, though. It's just like all the different kinds of people that you run into out there. And the witchy shops. There were so many different witch shops in New York. Like, there were certain ones that sold. And bagels. Oh my god, yes. Yes to the bagels. I went and had a bagel somewhere around here recently, in Orange County. And it was just okay. I mean, I was starving when I ate it, so I think anything would have tasted good at that point in time, but Still just wasn't quite, just didn't quite have that New York flavor. I don't even know, I couldn't even define it, honestly. Yeah, well, because I can never, like, I never want to buy them for myself. Like, I don't go to buy good bagels for my own breakfast when I'm, like, grocery shopping, because I try not to buy empty carbs, like, any carbs that aren't whole wheat or whole grain of some kind, like, I will not buy them for groceries when I'm grocery shopping. So, most bagels do not have whole wheat flour as the first ingredient, and so they just don't make the cut. And then whenever you go out, you are obviously... Oh, really? I'm so glad that you went for it and that you like it. What kind of car, if you don't mind sharing? Or you can abstain from sharing if you prefer to keep the make and model of your car private, which I would understand. Ooh. I like it. Well, enjoy your car. I feel partly responsible now, like I'm the car's godmother. Ooh, damn, that's really cool. Do you, like, ever go places that require off-roading? I'm everyone's fairy godmother here. Aside from the fact that we're the only two people in this channel. That's very cool, though. I wish you all of the best. Ooh, what kind of, yeah, I actually don't think there's ever been a time when I needed to go off-road with my car, which is good because it's a little sports car. Very low to the ground, not great for going off of the road, but good for other things. Oh, ooh, a Tesla. Yeah, that's probably not ideal for off-roading. Yeah, actually, I bet it is. So are your car payments going to go way down now? Or, I don't know, maybe your last car was paid off. I don't know what people do for cars. Oh, that's amazing. Ugh, an extra $200 a month? So much money. Yay for extra money. I love to see it. Well. Yeah, actually, yes, you're probably right about that. I don't know how much you drive, which will make a difference, obviously. I mean, in COVID times, like, it's not as, there's less driving happening. There's not the daily commute anymore, but... $17? That's terrible. That's terrible. Ugh. I think my car is on the older side, but it gets decent gas mileage, at least. But think how wonderful it will be when you're riding off into the mountains. Yeah. Well, and now everyone's going to ask you to help move their stuff. Now that you have a large car capable of moving things. Party pooper. Well, all right. I guess it's your SUV, so you're free to do with it as you will. What color? Did you get something swanky? Classic. Clean and classic. That's good. I like it. I'm very happy for you. That's, oddly enough, that's what I deciphered from that message. So, it's all good. I got your drift. Look at these fucking tan lines still from when I was in San Francisco weeks ago. Why aren't they gone? Oh well. Okay. So, did I read the second? The James Hetfield. I don't even know who that is. I can look it up though. Oh. Okay, yeah. Got it. I see what you did there. I'm like notoriously bad at remembering names. And that goes for all names. Like everyone. People that I know, people that I'm meeting, celebrities, people of interest. I remember none of them. There's no actual brain in here. Which is why I'm glad tonight is a just chatting stream, because I don't think I could do another capture the flag right now. It's been like, I don't know, I think I'm starting to get burnt out is what's happened. Like, for real. I need some time off or something. Oh, really? Oh, it's just about, I see. Wow, I was like super late to stream tonight. And then I started and stopped. So I was even later. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good to stream things that are not, like to stream different things on different days. And to have other hobbies besides your career. And I know people who would disagree with me on that, as far as like to be successful in cyber, you have to like eat, sleep, and breathe it, and like live in the cybersecurity world. But I just feel like there's more to life. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I work on security stuff all day. I want to do something different with my brain. Like, think about witchcraft. It would be fun to be part of a D&D campaign, though. I haven't really ever. I think one, yeah. Well, I talked about this in another stream. One time, I was a member of a campaign, just small, like me and a couple of my friends. Ooh. Well, and then I played like a one-off game once that was like super dumbed down to the point where like it was meant to be completed in one sitting. I forget how they did that. It was like the way they arranged the points system or something was like super simplified. Yeah, but that had to have been like 5 or 6 years ago. Just haven't been indulging in my nerdy ways lately. Although, you know what I think would be so fun is Magic the Gathering on stream. That would be such a fun thing to stream / watch. Do people stream Magic the Gathering on here? They must. There must be Magic the Gathering streamers. I must find them. And perhaps join their ranks. Ooh, you're wrapping up the first campaign. That's so exciting. This is what I'm saying there. I'm fairly certain there are Magic the Gathering streamers. And I have played it relatively recently. Another one of my fellow nerds I discovered fairly recently is also a fan of Magic, and so we have played a couple of times. I don't own a single Magic card, so every time I've played, I've just borrowed decks from people, which has been fine so far. I guess I could if I like really wanted to get into it, but see, that's like part of the fun is playing with a different deck every time. Quietest. Yes, we're just chatting tonight about witchcraft and stuff. I was just telling Cybeard that I have no brain left for Capture the Flag, so we're just hanging out. And at some point, like, I might continue reading excerpts from this book, which is a very good one. And everything else under the sun. This has already been such a remarkably unfocused stream. And we're half an hour in. And also, I can't believe we're... Well, I especially have even less of a brain than usual because this week has just been like... I can't believe it's only Wednesday. Like, I feel like I've aged in the last 3 days because it's been so fucking stressful. Just a lot of work. Yeah, why is that? Why is everyone having one of those weeks? Is it in cybersecurity? Is it because of the print nightmare thing? That was like a while ago though, wasn't it? Wasn't there a new 0 day yesterday? Also to do with, yeah. Oh, it's still being exploited. That might be. Today. Okay, I knew there was something. Someone was talking about it in a meeting this morning. Work has been, Claw, I owe you a tarot reading whenever you're ready. And I'm sorry I didn't get to it over the weekend. I just couldn't. Yeah, no worries. Truly, whenever you're ready. Oh no. Oh, Microsoft. Why do you do these things? But see, then we get like the panicked emails. Like, Forever Purge. I did not. I actually haven't seen any of the Purge movies. Is it any good? I'm glad I don't work on like the front lines of cybersecurity because it's like my job is stressful enough to where I'm at right now. Oh, did you get an ad for that movie before you hopped on? Is that why you're asking? I don't know how I feel about that movie being promoted before my stream. I would also love to be a farmer, but I'm going to stay in cybersecurity for a little while first. How long have you been in the industry, Cybeard? I know you told me at some point, but I forget. I am in North America. I am in LA, in California. Hello, Angry Amoeba. Welcome. We're still just chatting. I've read one paragraph of this book. So. Oh, God. That's so long. Hi, Angry Whopper. Welcome. Weed is legal here too. But I actually really, really strongly dislike the way that weed makes me feel, so I don't do it. I just drink heavily. I'm only a little bit kidding about that. I know so many angry users in my chat. Why can't we all just calm down and be happy? You never drink at all? At all? Wow. Okay. Can't drink. Well, but see, that's, everyone has their different, like, because different substances affect different people differently. Like, just depends, like, on your, I don't know, brain chemistry, body composition. I don't know what makes some people have, I mean, yes, Siberia, I know. I can't do beer, though. I do love wine, but I'm out of wine at the moment, which is why I'm drinking whiskey lemonade, but I also am almost out of whiskey, so much booze needs to be bought the next time I grocery shop. Oh, no. There have been, all right, this might qualify me as an alcoholic, but there have been many periods of time in my life where I was drinking like every single day, just normal amounts. Moving out of Cali, I just moved into Cali, so probably not anytime soon. Also, I really like my job here. So, Claw, can you like stop and get some stuff for me while you're out and just like bring it back here? Oh my God. Oh man, kind of. Oh yes, Angry Amoeba. I did promote you, didn't I? I promoted a bunch of you who have like consistently come into the stream and been active in the, like, people who I've recognized. I did a bunch of that over the weekend. There's always like something to do with this channel. Yes, Cybeard. I also need, the liquor run is necessary. Oh, you're so welcome. All of you are. Well, and thank you for your support. Okay, I was saying something. Oh, why I moved to LA. So I actually moved when I was still working. I am not originally from Cali. I'm sure the people who have been on my streams are hearing this for like the 10th time, but I grew up in Pittsburgh, and then I lived in New York City for most of my 20s. And then I lived in Vegas for a couple years. And I moved to Orange County because I got a job managing a bar in Orange County. Long story short, like, that fell through. A couple other things fell through, and then I landed this job that I have now in cybersecurity about a year ago, and moved up into LA, into the LA area, I should say, to be closer to the office whenever it reopens. So, yeah. I mean, I honestly, how did I get into the tech field? Oh, so you're in I think we did have this conversation, Cybeard, that you're in the South, and I remember telling you about barbecue and how I like ate myself sick at that one barbecue place in Raleigh. Okay, so I got into the tech field when I was, it was like a long time. It was like when you slowly fall in love with one of your best friends. It's like one of those. Because I always had kind of had an interest. Yeah, I've never tried Memphis barbecue. But I'd always had an interest in tech, and I always kind of thought, like, oh, that might be a good field for me to go in. Because I was in music, and I was in the service industry supporting my music career. And so I always kind of knew, like, okay, if I haven't, like made it by 29, 30, then I've got to do something else. And I always kind of had an inkling that, like, tech as a whole would be a good industry to go into. But I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. I didn't really think that I wanted to be a developer. I was thinking maybe, like, a web designer might be something that I could do. And so I, like, learned a bunch of HTML, which I have not used ever. Like, since the coding classes that I took. And then it was so then when I was living in Vegas, twofold. There were two things that happened in Vegas that kind of pushed me towards cybersecurity. The first was that I was working in a couple of different nightclubs when, for all of the conventions, but for, like, Black Hat and DEF CON, even CES and, like, other, Amazon had a huge convention for all of their, like, upper level management around the world. So, like, the city was full of Amazon people. And so I always, like, whenever there were tech conventions in town, I had so much fun and made so much money. And I was just like, this is it. Like, these are the people that I want to work with. This is the kind of money I want to be making. Like, yes. And then I had a security scare. I basically was seeing this guy. I had just started seeing this guy. And hurry back. Telling my origin story. But I was seeing this guy who, like, seemed really generous. He knew I wanted to go back to school. And so he gifted me with this laptop. But I didn't have admin privileges on the laptop that he gave me. It was, like, wired into his company's, like... So, and he owned a tech company. And I knew zero things about tech back then. So all I knew was, I opened this laptop, he had given me the password, and the first screen that came up when I opened it was, do you, Microsoft, blah, 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 do you consent to being surveilled? Like, it listed, like, tracking keystrokes and monitoring activity and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, I do not consent to that. And I, like, shut the laptop really quickly, but no, my Joker says lucky. No, it's kind of hard to read because it kind of, I don't know. So yeah, I just got so spooked by that, basically, yeah. In the process of attempting to research, like, what that dude could possibly have gotten about me from the few, 2 minutes that I had that laptop up and running, led me down a rabbit hole of cybersecurity information. So I was like, well, did it connect to my Wi-Fi network? Is he going to be able to, like, locate this and find out my address? Because he didn't know my address at that point in time. We had just started dating. And, researching all of that shit is what led me to, it's kind of led me to cybersecurity. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is what I want to do, like this. So then it took me a couple more years after that. This was back in, 2018, I think. But I finally started a bootcamp program last March. No worries, Angry Amoeba. Good luck with your resume. He did in his own way. He led me down the right path. Started with C. Yeah, truly. May God bless him wherever he may be. I think I ended up throwing that laptop in a dumpster. Like, I did not want it. I did not want it in my house. I've always been like such a paranoid little thing. So in a way, like I was always meant for security because, yeah. So yes, that's how I got into tech. Well, that's what like initially sparked my interest in tech, and then like what pushed me into it, and then how I more recently like got into the bootcamp program, and then got the job that I have now. But I know I've told that story like multiple times on here about getting my job. It isn't it though? Like at the end of the day, it led me to the right place, but it was like, I was legitimately terrified when it happened, like while it was happening. And I didn't even know anyone who was in tech, so I didn't have anyone that I could ask. I was like, okay, that's fine, I'll just like teach myself. Oh, holy sheet. Thank you for the sub gift. Over the sub gifts. So much. Well, I appreciate it. Woo. Oh yeah. You're the one who I forgot the other day. Monday. It went the other way. So yes. Okay. Also, welcome back, Claw. Mainly, my origin story consists of a creepy dude that I was dating. Thank you, Whopper. I'm glad you like it. Why? I'm sorry. Why we date women? Is it because of the hair, or because men are too creepy for dating? Please clarify. Women can be creepy too. There's no doubt about that. I've seen some shit. Yo, like, yeah, just dating in general. Well, my favorite color also is green, but I don't actually think that I would look that good with green hair. Thank you, Sheepman. I'm glad that you don't discriminate hair colors. I know, I really love green. Like, it's definitely my favorite color. But I think that blue hair looks the best on me. Not that, I mean, I've never tried green hair. I've always just kind of assumed that it would look too. Thank you. I like it as well. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hope Jong-un. Being too humble about what? The fact that green hair would look bad on me? I don't know. It might be. I don't, like, okay. I could see, like, maybe a pastel green, like a minty one. Or maybe a forest green. Or, like, I mean, Kelly green would be fun, but that it would just be, like, so hard to maintain. My profile pic is darker. Because I took that right when I started streaming, which was right, like, I had just dyed my hair a couple weeks prior. It's due for a touch-up. Right now, it's, like, mostly gray. Most of the blue has washed out. I meant to do it this weekend, and I just didn't get around to it. So, sometime this week, I've how to do the things. Look, I need to touch up my roots too. It's disgusting. Ugh. I'm a mess. But, yeah. Soon. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the next day. So, who wants to learn about magic? Not Magic the Gathering. Oh, yes, actually. I started reading some of it earlier, but there just weren't many people in here. So, it wasn't, because I do, like, the Wednesday night crew. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this book, is why I wanted to read it. So it's not like the catchiest stream title. Cybeard. It was literally just Cybeard Sec for a while. And then there was like a second viewer who was on for a while, and then they dropped as well. I guess they just got tired of listening to me and Cybeard talk about his new car. I can't imagine why that wasn't riveting conversation for them. But, okay, now that there's... Hi, Klaus. Welcome. Oh, you're just in time to hear an excerpt from Magic and Occult Primer. The book... Well, I will tell you. Hi, Stones and Roses. Okay. This is the first chapter. It's called Magic and Natural Law. All of the stuff that you're about to hear is things that I have said in my own words at some point on this stream, and this is where I got those ideas from. So, in the words of the author, the word magic is commonly applied to any effect that has no observable cause. To small children, the appearance of a rabbit in the conjurer's hat is a great feat of magic, although wiser folk know the beast was put there before the performance began. One of the distinctions between the magic our book is about and party tricks of this sort is that in the former, the causes responsible for certain effects escape even the wisest among us. These causes exist, of course, but they owe nothing to the physical laws of our everyday world, hence their magical aspect and our consequent difficulty in believing them possible. Shut up, Cybeard. No one else listen to this. So, also, all of you watching this on YouTube later, just pretend like you didn't hear it the first time, okay? Okay. The aim of this book is quite straightforward. It is to show that such magic actually works. To that end, precise instructions will be given later, and any reader so inclined can try a little magic for himself. However, for the benefit of those who consider magic an illusion, we shall set about examining the theory behind it. We shall see whether the supernatural retains its credibility in an age when science claims that only those things exist which can be objectively experienced under given conditions. Hello, Dev! Unless we establish the validity of magic within this scientific context, it deserves to remain the cultural and historical curiosity skeptics believe it to be. So, I'm not saying that you can possibly fly. I actually haven't read this entire book, so I don't know where the author is going with this. At some point later in the book, he does outline certain rituals and stuff. I don't think any of them involve being able to fly. But I do think that... Right. That is how you do it. Yeah, something like that. What Dev said. But let's see. In the table of contents, are you, Stones and Roses, have you been skydiving? Maybe? lucid dreams. Yeah. I feel like that. Oh, yeah. That makes sense that you would have done cool shit like that. I have never been skydiving. I have no desire to do so. I've actually, now that you bring up lucid dreaming, I don't think that I've ever actually had a flying dream. Which are, like, supposedly so common. Welcome. Oh, God. I don't know. That sounds low-key terrifying to me. The quietest, you mean you've had a flying dream once? Or lucid dreamt? I mean, I might have had a flying dream at some point that I just don't remember. Oh my God, Suns and Roses, do you have sleep paralysis? I've never had that either. This is the cyber insecurity after party. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I guess it's possible that I've had flying dreams and just don't remember. With bourbon, yes. I don't have a Discord, but cyber insecurity does. I think that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I've never had sleep paralysis. I've heard that it's so terrifying. Yes. So, as far as magic goes, the book does outline a couple of master rituals. One, the Kabbalistic master ritual, and the other, the Egyptian master ritual. Ooh, chapter 11, a word about demons. I've never gotten that far in this book. So if we want to learn about demons, we can do that. And then there's some magical recipes, tonics, cosmetics, magical alphabets. Actually, I have a whole other book that's just about runes. Yeah, I don't really fuck with demons. There are people who, like other witches, who are big on demonology, and they've studied like all of the what am I saying? All of the demons known to man. I don't really watch horror. Okay, I had a dream one time where I was on a plane approaching a mountain. As we got closer, I saw the mountain was covered in dragons. I got into the mountain and it turned out the army was there trying to kill the dragons and convince them to stop. You rescued a bunch of dragons in your dream. That's pretty hardcore. Yeah, that's probably... You're probably not too far off base there, Dev. That would be why. That would do it. Well, then maybe you were predestined to be a dungeon master from your early days. I wonder what chapter 14, The Way of High Magic. I don't know what that means. It's a good time. It's like make-believe, but structured and for grown-ups. Yes, Dev. I think that so the magic that I'm reading about is more like the author has studied like ancient practices and come up with I don't know, a theory. I don't know because I've never actually finished the book. I've read like the first couple of chapters. But Stones and Roses, to your point, I think I still remember about the same number of dreams that I did as a kid. But I dream about different things now. Quietus, do you often have unpleasant dreams? Or maybe you just only remember your anxiety dreams. I can't believe I'm almost, look at this. Oh, have you, Dev? Do go on. Because I actually, myself, although I do believe in, like, the metaphysic, like, things beyond our comprehension, I've never actually had experiences like that weren't explainable in other ways. So I'm always really interested to hear about people who have. I can't believe I'm almost out of, look at this. I've already drank, like, this glass was full when I got on stream an hour ago. Ooh, a Buddhist monk. Well, I do believe that, like, people have different energies. And different people can have really strong energies. I'm an alcoholic. You're not wrong. But also, I have an extremely high alcohol tolerance. So, yes and no. Why would you say that, Claw? Could be. But you know, true alcoholics, at a certain point, their liver starts to, like, break down and their alcohol tolerance goes way down. I had a friend like that. She was a mess. I say, as long as it's not interfering with your day-to-day functions or relationships, it's probably fine. Yeah, I don't drink every single day. I've had periods of time in my life when I have. But generally, I mean, I drink on stream nights, so that's why you'll always see me drinking. But that's only 2 nights a week. And then, so, Cult Jong-un, it's not so much to follow a religion or code, because I don't follow any particular belief system. It's more like a way of seeing the world and trying to understand things that are, like, at the edge of human understanding, or make sense of things, or utilize things that we can't quite define or understand. I like engaging with the unknown. We're being social. We're on a stream being social. So this counts. But Dev, yeah, as far as mantras go, I've never had any luck with that method of, I don't know, of calming. But for some people, it really works really well. And that's what I think is, like, more... One of the things that I like about witchcraft in particular is that, like, you really get to choose your own adventure. Like, decide what resonates with you and what helps you, and then continue to do it. As opposed to a religion where you're like adhering to someone else's idea of what you should be doing. Yeah. Oh, Buddhism is the same way? No, I had an uncle who was really into Buddhism. I do perform rituals, not as often as I used to. Yeah. Oh, don't be scared. I rarely curse people. I7 player. Welcome. What is going on here? We're chatting about a variety of things, mainly witchcraft and what's on the other side, of human understanding. Yes, and how I need more bourbon soon. So, welcome. You are under no obligation to stay. But also, on Mondays I'm in cybersecurity, and so on Mondays I do like capture the flag challenges. So a lot of the people in here are also in cybersecurity because they like found me on the Monday stream and then continue to tune in on Wednesday. So this chat does occasionally veer into the realm of cybersecurity as well. It's a little of everything here. Yes, hacking, bad. I actually made an amazing, well, I still have that ready-to-bake cookie dough. Klaus, this is what I'm saying. This is what I've been saying. Is that people who really have, like, oh, well, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you've decided to hang out and potentially come back someday. But yeah, like electricity, computers, like even our little smartphones and how you can just like tap buttons and things that you want appear in front of your door. Like, it's just magic. Like, to people who don't know all of this stuff. And knowing how to manipulate that is like, I mean, that's literally the paragraph that I just read about how it's always just stuff that you don't understand. Yes, Dev. Yes. 100%. It's wild to think that, like, even when I was in college, like, the external hard drives and like the amount of storage. I had many cassette tapes as a child. I used to listen to books on tape all the time, especially when I was just learning to read. Books on tape. I don't even know what that is. But the first time I had a computer of my own was when I went to college in 2008. So, because prior to that, oh, you still use your Walkman? I remember I had a cassette tape of, hello Echoey, welcome. I had a handful of cassette tapes. The soundtrack of Fiddler on the Roof was one. The soundtrack of Grease, the movie. And I think those were the two that I listened to the most, I think. Yeah, because I think the rest of my cassette tapes were, which one? Grease or Fiddler on the Roof? I mean, both of them are great, but... yeah, I used to listen to them in my Walkman while I was cleaning the house. On chore day, which was Saturdays for us. Well, and then it was CD players. Like a brief moment in time. It's wild, like how quickly all of this tech came and went, like within a few years' time, and how like it was this coveted feature to have a CD player that was like anti-skip that could still play a CD when it was like on its side or even upside down, because otherwise you'd have to like hold it flat, whatever you were doing. Oh yes, the visor CD holders. I remember those too. And the books, CD books with the plastic sleeves. And the mixtapes. Well, the mixed CDs that were burned from who knows? From who knows where. So fun. That was, yeah. Simpler times. Oh, Whopper. The first C++ book came with a CD. Aww. Thank you for the cheer, Deb. And hooray for obsolete tech, indeed. I remember, oh my god, we had the Encyclopedia Britannica on a set of CDs. A set of them. Because it couldn't fit all of the information on one. And I remember looking stuff up in there that these days you would just Google. But remember back in the aughts, everyone was like, Wikipedia is not a reliable source. So my local library had the set in hardcover, and I would go there to actually, like, when I needed to research something. Oh my goodness. But we also had, at my house, these encyclopedia CDs, which is so wild to think about the fact that, well, apparently the first encyclopedias were brought about in, like, the Victorian era. And they used to be sold by traveling salesmen, just like door to door. So, I don't know. The history of encyclopedias, that's something very interesting to me as well. And how now, I mean, encyclopedias, period, have essentially become obsolete because the entire internet is an encyclopedia beyond the encyclopedia's own wildest dreams. Has door-to-door ever really been safe? Or have we just lacked the communication methods to warn each other about serial killers? Like, I feel like, well, it was, but I think that, like, people still were killed and shit, but there just wasn't like a news media the way there is now, so people didn't like hear about it. So they just continued to assume that it was safe. I think that's probably the case with like a lot of things actually that were considered safe in like prior to the 80s and 90s. I mean, I remember when the internet was first becoming a thing. Exactly, Claude, that's what I'm saying. When the internet first became a thing, my parents were like, you cannot have a Facebook because you are not allowed to have photos of yourself on the internet. Pushing a what? That's so cool. Full of overly sensitive people. Well, that may be true. But it's actually a mark of an extremely advanced society to even be thinking about these kinds of things. Because, like, historically, once, like, a society starts to evolve past the need for survival, past the need to, like, defend their fortress against invaders or whatever the case may be, was when, like, these social issues started to be addressed. And so I know, Facebook is, like, a very scary place. Exactly, Claw, that you can get a lot of dirt on someone from Facebook. So, I'm not really on it anymore. I was never allowed to have a MySpace. And then by the time I was, like, independent and allowed to make my own decisions, MySpace was kind of obsolete. But I had friends with MySpaces. I know. Tom. Everyone's first and dearest friend. I would be inclined to agree with you, Dev. Yes. Okay. The Sammy worm? I don't even know what that is. Okay. It's like so early in the stream to be taking a break. But I need more drink. I need more whiskey and lemonade. What, am I gonna sit here and drink water for the rest of the evening? Ooh, chaos magic. This is a good... Okay. Not on stream. I have had water on stream in the past, just very rarely. I do know of chaos magic, and I actually have some pretty great stories to tell about it. So hold that thought, and when I return from my refill break, see, Claw's glass is almost empty as well. It's time for a refill. Everybody, go get more drinks. Yes, Cybeard, that sounds right. Well, Quietist, I prefer to keep my ritual work secret. I never discuss spell work while it's in progress, like until after it's manifest, because I personally strongly believe that secretism is part of the magic, and that speaking it to other people, like, weakens the... You're not gonna get possessed. What could possibly possess you? I don't work with spirits or demons. So, you know. Okay, I will be right back. And then we're gonna talk about chaos magic. Talk amongst yourselves. have returned, and I brought the whiskey and lemonade with me this time, so I won't have to leave to refill ever again. Yes, of course, Bullet. I mean, I do have some Johnny Walker Black at some point to drink, but I don't actually like Johnny Walker Black all that much. It has a weird aftertaste. I don't know. It used to be my favorite, but of Bullet? Yes. Okay, so this is the current bottle that I'm working on. This is my living room bottle of bourbon. This was my desktop bottle of bourbon that I finished at the beginning of this stream. So yeah, when this is the last bit of Bullet that I have in the house, which is shocking. I always have Bullet in the house. Well, yeah, I don't ever want to have to reach too far. When I need it, I need it. I know, Quietist, you're not a fan of any of the things that this stream revolves around. If you want to, well, yeah, I guess the reason that it works having a bottle in every room is because I don't actually reach for it that often. Like, I don't drink every day, and I don't crave it. Like, it's not like, oh, I have to have a drink. But I'm also just a very lazy person in general, and I don't want to have to move, and I want something. So, especially if I decide to have a nip of bourbon in the evening, like, I don't want to get up from wherever I am and go. Why? Oh, you two. If you're going to be negative Nancy's, you can shoo to another channel. We are a what? Yes, negative Nancy's. You've never heard that saying before? Oh my goodness. It's a well, not a common saying. It's kind of an archaic saying. Okay, so I don't really, for me, Scotch is like, oh, tequila is so good. Yeah, okay, Sidebeard. I feel the same way about Scotch because it's just like not that good unless it's really nice. And I feel the same way about tequila, actually. So, both of them. That's why. Just like regular whiskey is always good. I always like whiskey. I like whether it's Irish or Kentucky or Tennessee or whatever. Lagavulin. I've never actually tried that one, but I've heard that it's really good. Ugh, gin. Ew. I am not a fan of gin whatsoever. It can be okay. Oh, Whopper, you're so young. You can't even. Well, you probably maybe you can. That's old compared to teenagers, maybe. Well, okay. Sidebeard, do you mean gin or Scotch? Is smoky and peaty? Because. Oh dear. Whopper, have you been under a lot of stress? Oh, Lagavulin. Gotcha. I don't love the peaty flavor, personally. But I also, have no qualms. I mean, I guess we all are, yes, Whopper, I was just going to say, stress can do that to you. So, if that is the, the lot in life that you've been dealt. I think I may have just mixed idioms there. I also am not into, well, same with peaty scotches and gin. I would not choose either of those if I was paying, but I will drink anything that is handed to me. In general. I know, Sidebeard, you're making me want to go buy some Lagavulin as well. But I probably won't. You won't even do free gin? That's some intense gin hatred. Well, if you're allergic to it, yes. I had a friend, I was living in New York, who is allergic to tequila, like legitimately allergic. She's allergic to agave, specifically. Thinking of going... Ugh, Sidebeard, that's so much fun. See, this is what I can never justify spending that much on liquor because, like, even the cheapest whiskeys taste so good to me. So it's like, I don't need to buy an expensive scotch. I'll just buy, like, a cheap whiskey. Well, okay, you know what? I'm going to start, for next week, I'm going to start a whiskey fund. And y'all can help me save up for my first bottle of Lagavulin. Yes, I am doing it. It's happening. A ducky. Hello, Cheesy. Yes. Quietist is giving me shit about being an alcoholic, but has also admitted that they don't drink at all and smoke weed all the time. So I think that that person is biased. Everyone has their vices, you know? Dev, let's not be mean. Okay, so if a small batch... I actually don't even know how much a bottle of Bullet costs. I've never really paid attention. I just buy it when I want it. Exactly, Klaus. Everyone has fun different ways. And I would never knock someone for the way that they have fun. And I would hope that my friends would offer me the same courtesy. As long as it's not, like, murdering people. I don't know. There's a line somewhere, but it's far away. Bullet is? That makes sense. That sounds about right. Ooh, Glenlivet is good as well. I love how I said I was going to talk about magic and all we've done is talk about whiskey. Sorry to anyone who logged on looking for magic stuff. Well, very briefly, y'all didn't seem particularly interested. The best adrenaline rush from writing BST algorithms. That is, okay, I see where you're coming from, Whopper. And that's what I mean, is that, like, everyone has their own version of fun. And they all should be respected and encouraged. Oh, yeah. Mechanical keyboards. I have one. I have one that I very much love. Brown switches. It is a Royal Kludge. Bluetooth. Yeah, browns are my fave. For sure. Royal Kludge, I think it's a 73 3% keyboard with a custom keycap set. So far, mine's still in pretty good shape, but it's because I only got it a few months ago. But I absolutely love typing on the Browns. It's like so comfortable, so tactile, and actually even the sound, even though it's designed like not to be clicky, even the sound is satisfying in my opinion. A casual gamer? I'm not a gamer at all. So that's probably why. I mainly use my keyboard for work. Like I plug it into my work laptop and use it for that. So I can't have it too loud while I'm on customer calls and shit. So no blues. And then reds are just stupid. Like I don't, sorry if y'all love reds, but I hate them. I hate the way they feel. Yeah, it's perfect for typing. My nails, they're not particularly special. They're kind of like a pale pink at the moment. And I always sharpen them into little baby claws. I used to get long stiletto acrylics. And I miss those to this day. I miss them like all the time. But I can't type with them. That's exactly why I had to stop getting them. So this length of nail is like just short enough that I can still type just fine, like touch type and everything. But I love the talons. I love the claws. I miss them so much, and it makes me so sad that I will never be able to have them ever again. Unless at some point I get so successful that I can hire someone to do all of my typing forever. But I adore them. And yeah, I used to sharpen them really fucking sharp, like in like weaponry. You never know. Look, in a club setting, a bunch of drunk dudes, are you kidding me? My only method of self-defense. I could kill someone if I really wanted to, and I could at least hurt them if I had to. So, you know. But also I love the way they look, because they make my fingers look so long and dainty. You thought I was a good person? I don't know what gave you that impression. I don't know what gave either of you that impression. So sorry to disappoint. Sorry. Purple Zelios. Look at you being all niche and nerdy, cheesy. How do those switches compare to like, right? Cheat man, this is what I'm saying. Like I needed to have something, and I wasn't allowed to like carry a weapon. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll just claw them to death if I have to. A hacker, a pseudoscience shaped hole in my life. Oh my gosh, welcome. Well, so cheesy, can't you configure switches to have a higher resistance? Or like can you change that with? I could have sworn, because I know you can add like those little tiny O-rings. Yeah, that's what it is. You can swap the springs. Well, oh, really? See, I'm useless on a numpad, so to me, I'm like, I take it away. Also, my desk is so tiny, like I need all the space I can get. Also, Hakua, we're not super talking about science right now. I have a lot of cybersecurity people in here at the moment, and I also work in cybersecurity. I just moonlight as a witch, so this stream does occasionally wander in that direction. See, I don't... Well, Deb, yeah, if you've done data entry, then you have to have, like, a very... You have to be quick on a number pad. And I just really am not, like, I've never needed it. I've never had a reason to learn or, like, get good at it, so I just haven't. And I still don't need it, so I'm still not. I don't know any of these types of keyboards. A separate numpad for the IPs. Oh, a numpad on the left. I guess that makes sense that they would have those. I can't think of it. I mean, I can't think of a keyboard that does. I don't think I've personally ever seen a keyboard that had the number pad on the left. But I'm sure they're out there. Oh, yes. A USB. That's good thinking, Claw. Very good thinking. Speaking of which, not at all speaking of anything, apropos of nothing, do you want your single card drawing now? No. Okay. I guess not. Hello, Frank. Oh, that's right. The dungeon run is on tonight. Well, thank you for coming by. Ah, you had a question before. Okay, I'm sorry. I totally missed it. Well, okay, well, if you think of something, I can do a single card reading for a different question. Deb, have I not done a reading for you yet? I feel like I did last week, but maybe... Hello, Mr. Crumbs. Quietest, I haven't really been... Oh, actually, yes, I have. A reading for why this week has been so damn weird for everyone. Actually, I agree with that statement, and I would like to do a collective reading for everyone in this chat who's having a fucking horrible ass week. And Cheesy, you're the... I mean, conceivably, you could get you could have your cards read every day, but it's... Whopper, we can look into that if you'd like. Oh, Mr. Crumbs, you lucky ducky. I feel like there's so many of us in here who are like, it's just been the worst. Like, I've had a horrible week so far. And so same. The last few days of work have just been horrid. But let me do the collective reading for the week first. And then, Whopper, I can do a reading for you as well, individually. A reading for the year, if you will. And some of you are new here, so my disclaimer about tarot. Thank you, Frank. It's just a shirt, actually. There's no dress. Actually, one of my bar patrons gave me this shirt. I know, cheesy. I'm very smooth, very suave. There was like a trophy wife that used to come into my... Oh, shit. Okay. All right. When you want an outside perspective. Okay. Okay, what are we asking though? Like, specifically, no, quietest. Sometimes when shuffling, cards will jump out. Those are, yes, I know about the crap week, but like specifically, I didn't go into shuffling with a spread in mind. And so now that this card has jumped out, I'm not sure. I want to know what I'm asking before I turn it over. Yeah, I guess it is winter in Australia, huh? Well, it is summer here in LA. It's actually been quite warm. Okay, so if we do a 3-card reading for why the week has been shit, we can do why it's been shit, what we can learn from it, and how to get by in the meantime. Okay. Ooh, the 8 of Swords. Gross. So yes, I was in the middle of my disclaimer before. I don't actually believe the tarot cards are like communing with spirits or anything metaphysical whatsoever. I think that the tarot cards help us to shift our perspective and consider our problems in ways that we may not have before. And so in that way, it's just a way of tapping into the subconscious and helping us deal with our problems. I should get a tarot cam. I have thought of that as well. Especially if I start doing Raspberry Pi projects, I'm going to want a desk cam. I'm sorry, hacker. I'm not super into pseudoscience except to laugh at it. Yeah, something like that. I mean, I actually do have a tiny, really? Well, because I have a little tripod. Where did I put it? But I've only ever used it a handful of times. It's one of these. So I guess there's no reason why I couldn't, like, do something like this. I don't know if this would be high enough, though, to get all the cards. Possibly I'd need to put it on a book or something. We'll look into it for next week. Yeah, a taller one probably would be better. Okay. Anyway, back to the reading, so we can all understand why our weeks have been shit. This reading is for everyone. Take from it what you will. Why we, as a collective, are having bad weeks. So if you're having a good week, just shut up for a second. Oh, fuck. I have another jumper, you guys. What can we do? This is exactly the card that I'm about that's just jumped out of the deck. What we can do to not have a shitty week. The Knight of Swords. Okay, I'm going to elaborate on all of these. Mr. Crumbs. I mean, really? Don't you realize we want none of that here? I'm kidding. You're more than welcome, Mr. Crumbs. We love you. Now, no hatred in the chat. Okay, so I've pulled why the week has been shitty, what is going to make it better, and how we can get by in the meantime. Huh. Or not even necessarily what's going to make it better, like what good is going to come out of it. And who to blame? No. We don't support blaming others. for the bad things in our lives. It's an unsupported function of this chat. But also, it's usually Microsoft. Quietest, you blame others for things that happen to you? I mean, in general, I try and figure out the ways in which I'm responsible first. Unless it's Microsoft, in which case it's totally Microsoft. It's never my fault. That is a terrible attitude with which to move through life. Because how will you learn? Shit will happen. It is how you deal with it that matters. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. We have all swords in this reading, which is like the suite of suffering and heartbreak, which just goes to show. Even the tarot cards agree that it's been a shit week. Okay, so it's very unusual. I love how it's only Wednesday and we're already like, this week sucks. I need it to be done. Well, the apocalypse is coming, but also most likely because we have not taken care of our planet. Maybe that is why. Because you're in the southern hemisphere, you're having a good week, while all of us in the northern hemisphere are having a bad one. That's gotta be it. Okay. Oh my god. Y'all, we're being called out by this tarot deck right now. You'll see what I mean when I elaborate on this reading. Aw, Dev, I didn't realize you were from New York. I just like automatically like you so much more now. No offense to anyone in other cities / states. Well, because it's true about New Yorkers, like, they will, sorry, Cla. They will brawl if necessary, but probably not until it's necessary, is the other thing. Like, I feel like New Yorkers generally prefer to mind their own business, but then, if necessary, they'll fuck shit up. Okay. Almost there, folks. I'm just getting a... Okay. I actually think... Okay. We have it. The first card that I pulled. Why is this week so shitty? Is the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords appears when you are suffering from a victim mentality and adhering to self-inflicted boundaries and restraints. So basically, the cards are saying that we're having a shitty week because we all have bad attitudes. So thank you, Tarot Deck, for that. I told you, this deck is calling us out right now. The way to deal with this in the meantime, like the way to kind of get through it and do better, this is the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is like a card of, cheesy, I'm telling you. The Knight of Swords is indicates like a quick thinker, thinking on your feet, making changes when necessary, going with the flow, and being super like up to the minute and adaptable and like not necessarily thinking too hard, just going for it. So basically, we're all being bogged down too much by our mental, like, by our, maybe like being stuck in a way, in a certain mindset. So to get through the rest of the week, just go with the flow. Don't think too hard, just do it. Now, what we're going to learn from this, like the positive outcome of this, is the Ace of Swords, which is a card that shows when there's like new inspiration, fresh perspective, and like particularly intellectually, like new ideas and new that like beginner energy. So basically, we're all stuck in like a bad mindset, in a victim mentality, and like these anxious thoughts that we're generating for ourselves. So we need to just like snap out a bit, do the things without like agonizing over them, and the result will be that there will be fresh inspiration, new ideas on the horizon, and next week will bring about, if not positive changes, at least positive inspirations for positive changes. So there we are. That's our reading for the week of, what is it? July 21st through, no, I don't know. Also, sleep is so good. I love sleeping. I haven't gotten to do enough of it lately. Well, there you go. Geez, you just need to take your inspiration and run with it. Sleep is for the dead. Ah, Pale Horse, welcome. Sleep. Do you hear that? There's, oh good, Cybeard, I'm glad it resonated. There's some kind of banshee outside my window. I'm kidding, it's a dog. Probably. It is a dog, but not my dog. My dog is in here being very quiet, actually, for once. Listen, when you do the tarot, you always run the risk of getting called the fuck out. Some animal abuse going on. God, I hope not. I think it will. I think it will. I mean, according to the reading, there's new inspirations on the horizon. And Cybeard, you are... Sleep well. Thank you for popping in, and thank you for... thank you for single-handedly holding up the entire first half an hour of my stream. Good night, Cybeard. Off with you. Yeah, Dev, that was uncalled for. What is wrong with you? the other drummer. I'm I'm glad you loved the reading. Sometimes a calling out is necessary. Oh, that's okay. I was checking my phone, so it's probably for the best that you all were chatting amongst yourselves. I was just being boring and not paying attention. You know, sometimes we need a good calling out to like jostle us out of complacency. A nice people club. Oh, you mean the people who are in my chat? I'm not sure why there's a nice people club in my chat, considering I'm very not a nice person. I'm kidding. I'm not that terrible of a person. But I'm not particularly nice either. Deb. I don't know what to tell you. I toe the line. Well, let's just put it that way. I'm like the quintessential gray hat witch and hacker. Good luck with that, quietist. Good luck. No longer a gray claw. How so? Do you mean you've gone completely black hat? Well, quietist, I feel like you're the only one who would be on this intervention, because everyone else who's tuned in pretty much likes me the way I am. We're all a bunch of gray hats in here. But you're still more than welcome to have an intervention if you like. You can always try. Good night, sheep man. Are you going to bed? Dev. The intervention because I am not a nice person. Because I'm into witchcraft and hacking things. All right. Sleep well, sheepman, and thank you for coming by. And good luck with your early morning tomorrow. I don't envy you one bit. Although I also have an 8 a.m. meeting tomorrow. But it's like a passive one. Like, I don't actually have to participate. I just have to listen. So I will probably take it from bed. Quietist, what do you need help with? We can't necessarily. Yeah, I know. Well, but also here, it's only 8:30. So I have time. Yeah, exactly. I just need to, like, open my eyes and log into the meeting, and I'll be fine. Yeah, that's that West Coast time. I don't like it. I feel behind. Like, behind from everywhere else. Being on the East Coast, you're up, like, you're... Yes, cheesy. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'll take a small shot, too, if you want. In solidarity. I know. I like that about the East Coast, though. It feels... Yeah. Feels like you're on the cutting edge of stuff. Okay, are we shooting? Roll a d4. Do you mean roll a d4 to decide how many shots to take? Because I'm just gonna take one. Dev, where did you move from when you moved to Tennessee? And I will, like, the whole East Coast. Oh, that's right. You're from New York. So the whole East Coast is still, like, quicker than the West, for the most part. But I will also say the South is on its own level of slow. Not as much pot on the East Coast. That's true too. Didn't they just make it legal in New York fairly recently? Let's not talk about the South. We don't go there. Because of the sun. Oh, because it's hot. Yeah, actually, that's probably true. I mean, that's why a lot of countries that are on the equator. I'm still speaking when I saw Cheesy Bites message about rolling a 3. Okay, Claw. Have a good trip to the liquor store. Yes. Yeah. The humidity is no joke, man. It fucking sucks. It gets pretty bad in New York, too. But only for a couple of months. And in the South, it's like most of the year is hot and humid and absolutely disgusting. Ciao, ciao, sleep well. I don't know, like, I thought, okay, I'll take the first one with you. Cheesy. But you're on your own after that. Heat over pollen allergy. Well, that's the other problem with the South. Is there's heat and pollen allergies. It's like the worst of both worlds. But yeah, California does have like the fairest weather of the country. It's true, like it is the most moderate of anywhere I've been, at least. Like there really are no weather extremes. Oh my god, Pale Horse, I just read your message about parasitic infections. That's terrifying / disgusting. Yes. Beard and Claw held it down at the beginning. Now Tanny's taking over. They have pollen in Florida? Yes. Like tons and tons of it. Tons and tons and tons of it. The pollen in the South is like next level pollen because it's so moist and all of the greenery is like flourishing there. The pollen is just like, it's fucking out of control. Hello, Kaiser. Welcome back. Texas is drier but still hot, from what I understand. But lately, Texas has been like a total shit show. Also, they're really racist down there, like very, very racist. And they've had all of those issues with the power grid, because it's not regulated in any way, and so they just like, then don't. Okay, I won't say don't go to Texas, because I actually think you probably could, like, do okay in Texas. I'm sure you could make it anywhere you put your mind to. But I've just heard some stories about, well, in the South in general, and in Texas, that if I were a person of color, I would think twice before moving to that part of the country. Hello. If I follow, you swallow. Wow. Your opinion means so much to me. I'm going to cry. Whopper, I feel the same. Cheers, Cheesy. Good luck. The trick, yeah. I think, Tanny, that's probably true of most racist places. Hi, Carlos. Yeah, cities are always going to be more progressive, and like people in cities are used to seeing a bunch of different people. Yeah, that's true. But I think in the Northeast, even the more rural areas are less racist than in the South. Like, in the South, they still have fucking sundown towns. And, like, the police departments are direct descendants of, like, slave patrol. And I'm not saying that the police are, like, a good thing up north, but it's just, like, a slightly different. Boston! I didn't realize you were up in Boston, Whopper. I've never actually been to Boston. But when I was living in New York, I kept meaning to just, like, swing up there for a weekend because it seemed like a cool place to just, like, go and drink. But I never did. I may still make it there someday. Ugh, lucky. Yeah, the Confederate flag. Exactly. Bunch of know-it-alls in Boston. Dev, do you really think so? I guess, like, I wouldn't know because I'm obviously fucking white. Even in California, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a, like, wide enough of an experience. Really? Well, that sucks. Yeah, Klaus, there are crazy people all over. New Hampshire is kind of racist. Western Massachusetts. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, because all of those, I feel like all of those areas, all of those states kind of, they're like the rich people from the cities move out and then are able to express their more extreme ideas. Well, also, like, I don't know. I don't want to knock rich people in general, but they tend to have pretty shit takes on the world. Also, yeah, people who are secluded from the rest of society and, like, don't interact enough with people who are not exactly like them. That's the biggest thing is, yes, a lack of education, but also just, like, a lack of exposure to people who are not like them. And that's, like, you have to. When you live in a city, there's thousands of people who aren't like you all over the place. And you can, like, it's like a matter of socialization. That in the city, like, you have to. You have to live amongst each other and, like, get along. Yeah, I don't think people aren't born racist, but I think if you only ever are around one type of person and then you're, like, fed a certain narrative about people who aren't like you, then it just sticks. Whereas, like, if you grow up in a city setting or come of age in a city setting, you're exposed to all kinds of people and you realize that, like, we're all just people. And it's not, like, yeah. You don't have to be so tribal. But it's very much in human nature to be tribal. So it's a hard thing to overcome. How did we get on this topic? San Francisco, you see people in relationships that are very diverse. Yeah. People are born with slave driver. That's, yeah, quietest, you're not wrong about that. There is a certain, I mean, there are arguments to be made about the inherent evil of the white man. So, Klaus, the book, Magic and Occult Primer. I read a couple paragraphs earlier. I can read a couple more. Jupiter went retrograde yesterday. Yeah. Well, for the rest of the summer, I think there's going to be well, not the rest of the summer, but for the next, like, couple of months, there's going to be 5 planets in retrograde for a while, which is a lot. So, I don't know. I'm not super into astrology, but I like to keep track of it anyway, just in case. Okay. The book basically is talking about how they're going to approach. Yeah, cheesy. Give it like half an hour. The author David Conway, in the first chapter, addresses magic from like a more scientific standpoint, and I think it's really interesting to hear that perspective. So, okay, I'm not going to reread the first two paragraphs, but here's the third one. Throughout this chapter, we shall try to maintain the empirical... That's true, Jenny. The empirical approach demanded by science. We shall adopt the view that there is no such thing as the supernatural. Whatever exists must be natural and will therefore not contradict what we already know about the workings of nature. Even so, we shall ultimately have to deduce certain conclusions from the evidence presented to us. There is nothing unscientific about this. Far from being a body of absolute knowledge, modern science is itself largely speculative and offers its own tentative generalizations from facts it has experimentally obtained. In his monumental work, The Golden Bough, which I also have not read, Sir James G. Fraser describes magic as a spurious system of natural law. He means... Yeah, astronomy is science. I actually took an astronomy class in college that I absolutely loved. I don't know how to pronounce your username. I'm just going to call you Eminem. The Golden Bough. Oh, have you read it, Pale Horse? I have not even attempted. He means, presumably, that it is based on imaginary laws which have nothing in common with the natural laws known to science. To some extent, the criticism is deserved, for successive magicians have been content to elaborate their system without pausing to consider the value of the premises on which it is based. I would say that's the majority of people who get into magic don't really consider the premises on which it is based. No, I don't. Quietist, I don't know. Is that an author or a work of literature? Welcome back, Angry Amoeba. We're just in the middle of reading some stuff from this Occult Primer. Oh, a YouTube channel. Do they do astronomy stuff? Because if so, I would be very interested in that. Okay. Unfortunately, we are handicapped in our desire to take natural law as our starting point because in spite of recent developments in radio astronomy and physics, the quantum sort in particular, even scientists remain much in the dark as to the real nature and manner of working of the cosmos. Oh, Amoeba, we were just talking about how like astronomy and astrology technically track the same things, even though they're very different. Ooh, I will have to check that out. Where was I? Ooh, we cannot even say whether our universe had a beginning, since all that a study of galaxies suggests is that it is expanding all the time. This expansion has led some cosmologists to argue that matter is being continuously created throughout space and so is constantly pushing outwards. How something might have emerged from nothing is a question normally left to philosophers. Others suggest that thousands of millions of years ago, the universe, then a dense mass, exploded, hurling matter in all directions. According to them, the present expansion is simply the prolonged after effect of that primordial bang. The latter theory, yes, the Big Bang, is the more widely accepted, but interesting though it is, it again tells us nothing about the genesis of the original dense mass, nor the ultimate destiny of its fragments. What we do know for certain is that in the vast cosmos there exists one particularly bright, igneous star which embraces 9 major planets within its gravitational field. Issue with Big Bang being the start. The current math just can't make it work. That bright star is the sun, which together with the planets and several assorted asteroids makes up what we call the solar system. Of these planets, our Earth is perhaps the most fortunate, since its surface and atmosphere are, we are told, conducive to the production of stable molecular structures formed from atoms of carbon and charged with electrons. These molecules have the knack of extending themselves into chains, linking with their neighbors to form an organized sequence, and finally producing bigger structures called polymers. Are we all? Bet you did not expect this much science from a magic primer. Among the polymers are those extremely complicated substances known as proteins, which by a subtle variation of their constituent amino acids. I don't think he decided it was the main theory, just that for most people, good afternoon. It is nighttime here, but hello. And welcome. I just think that in general, like the Big Bang is like taught in schools as like a likely source of the universe and is generally pretty widely accepted. But I'm not necessarily, yeah, exactly. All of our hopes ride on theory, and we don't know shit. That's actually kind of the point that the book makes. Of course. No problem. We're able to make it go backwards to almost a singular mass. With observation, we can see that the universe is expanding. Yeah, that's how the theory came about. Right. That it's like the leftover expansion from a big bang. Right. Like where did the original explosion, like the original mass come from? And where is it going? Where did the stuff come from? We don't know. No one has any idea. Like science knows less than you might think. There are certain things that can be defined by science. And there are other things that really just have not been defined. You think the person who proposed the Big Bang was a Catholic? Why? Wasn't the Catholic Church like super against that theory for a while? Maybe. Oh, cheesy that we're in, like, on the other side of a black hole and stuff got sucked in and then exploded. Interesting. A big expansion machine? I mean, maybe. Anything's possible, we just don't know. Okay. Among the polymers are those extremely complicated substances known as proteins, which by a subtle variation of their constituent amino acids are able to generate a wide range of complex forms. Most important of these molecular structures are the nucleoproteins. These are that's actually true, Eminem. That Catholics often ignore the official teachings of the church. Okay, Tanny, thank you for coming by. Which emoji were you trying to use, Cheesy? Oh, I've seen that as well, where it like adds the gender symbol afterward. Ciao, ciao. These are the self-replicating raw materials which, as chromosomes, make up the bricks of life that are living cells. Biological evolution begins when these single living cells, their nuclei swimming in cytoplasmic jelly, develop into higher life forms. From the earliest times, the immediate ambition of each cell would have been to ensure its own survival, and this must have led to competition for the raw materials required for that purpose. In this way, oh, okay, no worries. I will catch you later. Come on Mondays if you like cyber stuff, or come back on Wednesdays if you like witchcraft. Or it is bedtime storytelling. Okay, blah, blah, blah. In this way, a pattern was established which characterizes all subsequent You are welcome on either day, Eminem. Are you saying Tanny was a Catholic priest at some point? Oh, thank you for the follow, El Noob. Thank you. Welcome. It is the fight for survival that has determined the twin processes of genetic mutation and natural selection. Okay. I see what you're saying. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, there's just very little brain left in here. Okay, I'm not sure where this person is going with molecular structures. I guess I could continue reading and find out, but... Ugh. Resume work. That's... I wish. God, I need to take some time off. Like, I need to take some time off soon. I need to at least schedule some time off. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose it. Like, completely lose it. Ugh, lucky amoeba. Are there ethereal constructs? Ethereal for something in the realm of the immaterial and... Quietist, I think in Sweden. I'm pretty sure Sweden is where they did 4-day weeks for everybody all the time. And ghosts? 6-hour workdays as well. You know, they actually found that people were just as productive in their 4 6-hour days as they had been in their 5 8-hour days because they were rested and happy. Sounds really nice. More productive during... Yeah, that does not surprise me at all. I don't think my manager would go for it. Although, I have basically been working that schedule this week. Because I can't get myself to focus for shit. So, I'm not getting more than 6 hours of work in a day. Probably less than that, actually. This is why I need a vacation. I need to rest. Get paid for 40 work, 20-ish. Well. I mean, as long as the work gets done, right? That's what really matters. What would I do on vacation? Sleep so much. Exactly, Amoeba. They can't complain if you get all the shit done. But the problem there is that I, like so many people in cybersecurity, am overworked. There's too much work that can possibly be done in a 40-hour work week. So even working full-time and overtime, I'm not going to get everything done. So if I start working less, like, you can see where this is going. I've not... Oh, you mean Lewis Carroll? And also, yes, Al-Noob, I agree. On goal-based being better. But it's rough. Yeah, and I also have not read any Phil Carroll. I haven't had to write reports just yet, but I do a decent amount of writing regardless. When do we schedule time to live? Well, this is actually something that I've started like purposefully prioritizing after work activities, like extracurricular activities, such as this stream and my aerial classes and other things like that, so that like I have to stop working. There is a hard deadline for when I have to stop working. Like whether the day has been productive or not, I have to stop. And so, yeah, my work has suffered because of it, but that's because I was pulling a bunch of overtime before. Yes. So you're more of a blue team or a whopper. Well, kind of, yeah. But yeah, I like prioritizing rest and work-life balance has definitely caused like the volume and well, not the quality, but the volume of my work for sure has gone down. But I also think that that's because I was like, well, yeah, I mean, if you're writing code to be unhackable, then from a cybersecurity perspective, engineering is kind of a blue teaming thing. Right. Right. You should always be thinking of cybersecurity. Yeah. Because that's what like a hacker or pen tester is going to do, is try and find faults in the work that you do to find a way in. Oh, Java. Oh, for sure. That's why people have, quality assurance, and why people hire cybersecurity consultants, and to find those, like, everyone, you can't possibly be perfect all the time. And so that's why, like, there's generally at least a second, if not third and fourth set of eyes brought in to make sure that everything is looking good. I don't know, Amoeba. We always end up back in cyber somehow. It's because all of my followers are also in cyber. So here we are. Maybe I should just accept my fate. That's true too. Everything does kind of revolve around tech. And Klaus, I don't necessarily think you should keep your mouth shut about problems, but still bringing attention to the problems, but not blaming people for not being completely perfect is kind of like the fine line to walk, Okay, Dev. Enjoy. And thank you for joining. And we'll catch you later. Thank you. There can only be one angry. No. We have 2 angries in the chat tonight. I'm not sure how that happened, but here we are. Hello, Rooney. It's going. We are discussing the origins of the universe and also cybersecurity. We are all angry this week. We've all had a rough week. Apparently. It feels like it should be Friday. Like, the amount of life I've lived between Monday and today, it's been a full week's worth of stress. I would like to go home now. I mean, I'm always home, but not have to go to work. Ugh, camping. I'm jealous. That would be the shots, cheesy. That would be it. It's an easy thing to forget, especially because it doesn't hit you right away. camping in a long time, but I would like to go. Actually, I don't think I've ever been camping as an adult. I grew up camping with my family, but I have not been since I came of age. Because I, went to college and then went to New York, and I never traveled when I lived in New York. I never could afford to get out of the city ever, other than to, take the train to Jersey. So then in Vegas, I was just working a lot. When I lived in Vegas, there was no time for camping. I was either working or sleeping so I could go back to work. And then, oh, Klaus, no worries at all. Sleep well, and thank you for coming by. And you also have a good night. But yeah, since I moved to California, I've been thinking, I would like to start camping again. I don't have any gear of my own. I guess I could change that. We all need more time in nature. It's a very good place to reset the brain. Quietest, are we adding the outdoors to the list of things that you dislike in this stream? I don't understand how you could not like outside, though. Ugh, deer hunting, no. Why do you don't need to kill things to be outside. You could also be a wildlife photographer, which also requires sitting in a tree waiting for wildlife to come along. But then instead of shooting them dead, you just take their picture. I guess. I've had venison before. It's not bad, but I don't love it either. It's not good enough to convince me to kill. Oh my god, no, Cheesy. No Raspberry Pi projects in nature. We can build a fire, read books, sing campfire songs. A Raspberry Pi grenade. I don't think you would need a Raspberry Pi to make a grenade. I mean, I guess you could, but what a waste of a Raspberry Pi. just a smidgen. Yes, read books, hike, fire, naps, do nothing. Scrabble, or when I was little, we had this game that we used to play at the campsite all the time called Pass the Pigs. Has it been 30 minutes already? God, I guess. Pass the Pigs. It is kind of like a dice rolling game. But instead of dice, it's two tiny rubber pigs. And you toss them onto a flat surface the way you would with dice. And the position in which they land, they all have different point levels. Almost, Amoeba, almost. But then there's certain rules and certain exceptions to rules. I forget all the finer nuances of Pass the Pigs. But it was a common, we always brought it along on all of our camping trips. And because it's just it's literally two tiny rubber pigs and like hours worth of entertainment. So it's very travel friendly. Cribbage is very fun. Quietest, I'm not going to chug the entire bottle. I don't know, I can't speak for Jeezy. But I guess if we're taking shots. Magic the Gathering would be perfect for playing in the wilderness. Also, we also, I'm down if you are. I'm not even feeling the last one, so why the fuck not? Puzzles. Oh, what? Who's rating? Thank you for the follow, Chelsea. Wait, the Harry Horror Show. Welcome. Oh my word, you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Lord Helmet, thank you for the follow, and Oddnot, and Altimeter Error. Dogman, Dogpa, I love your username, holy shit. Sherry, Altimeter Error, all of you guys, thank you so much for the follows. Ah. Hello. God, we haven't been... Is there like another witchcraft stream on this platform that I need to know about? Harry? Because if you're a cyber channel, I'm not doing cybersecurity stuff tonight. Yes, I will tell you about my stream. So on Mondays, I stream. Oh, thank you, Harry Horror Show. I appreciate you. On Mondays, I stream. I work in cybersecurity. So on Mondays, I stream Capture the Flag hacking challenges. Oh, thank you. This is the first time I've done liquid liner for a stream, and it took me 8 million years, but I think it was worth that. So Mondays I stream cyber stuff, and then Wednesdays is just like a chill hangout. We talk about basically Mr. Crumbs. On Wednesdays, I talk about like anything and everything that's kind of like at the edge of human understanding. So like, oh, thank you, Bloody Trollop. I also love your username. Why are all of the best usernames are in this raid? Like, where did you all come from? I mean, so yeah, cybersecurity is on some level at the edge of human understanding, but also like aliens, cryptids, ghosts, witchcraft, things like that. Amoeba, your name is amazing. No one should feel bad about their usernames. But yeah. But yeah, so on Wednesdays I just hang out and talk about like random supernatural shit. And today I've been reading excerpts from this from Magic, an Occult Primer, which is actually a really good book about like magic as I can't say magic as a scientific practice, but like it makes the argument that magic is not as unscientific as modern society would lead you to believe. It's just like anything and everything that is not understood is considered magic by those who don't understand it. So, magic is unproven science. That's what I'm saying. That's the premise of the Wednesday night stream, is like chatting about and thinking about stuff that has been qualified as magic or supernatural. Oh yeah, quantum physics, totally. I actually was just talking about that. Like gods, oh my god. I actually went to Ghana once, and it was very, like, the kids especially were like fascinated with the pale skin. Can magic be good or evil? Yes. Well, I think so, because I think that a lot of it has to do with like your intent, the intention with which an action is done, and the energy around a person. And so you can put stuff out into the universe and like yeah. Well then. So yeah, there is like, you can, in my opinion, use magical knowledge for good or evil. Hocus pocus. I mean, pop culture witchcraft is a thing. There are witches who focus exclusively on magical practices from pop culture witches. I am not one of them, but they're out there. Oh, totally. I mean, Nmap is same deal. You can use it on your own network to get an idea of what's out there. And like, it's just information. Like, knowledge is power. Whopper. Lord Helmet, so spells are, yeah, I mean, I guess in short, yes. Spells are real. But it's because, okay, I'll tell you my theory on spell work. And it's that, side note, Whopper, totally. Even just things that you haven't been exposed to yet can seem magical and like, you know, otherworldly. So okay, spell work, I think it's like a way of hacking the brain. So when you focus your mind really specifically on what you want to bring about into the physical world, so much of our reality is created in our own brains. And what you need for a spell is action and intent. So the action, and I think energy as well. Action, intent, and energy are the three ingredients. I have to look it up again. I'm a terrible witch, by the way. But, oh yeah, The Secret is basically just like a modern take on witchcraft, in my opinion. But, so what spell work does is it takes you, so for example, a candle spell. You take the candle, cleanse it, carve a symbol into it that's meaningful in some way, a sigil or a rune or anything else. Dress it with oils that are associated with your intention and herbs, and then you burn it. And this like outward, this like external manifestation of like what your wanted, like what your desires are, it like shifts things in the subconscious, and somehow it helps you, like it helps to bring it about in the real world. I'm not saying it always works, like not all spell work is capable of being manifested in the real world. But personally, I've just seen enough results. Yes, hacking your own brain. This is why I am a hacker of networks and of brains. Okay, rewind. Chat username. Does magic originate from the individual or from interaction with universal energy? So that actually, it can be both. Personally, I don't work with any deities or any spirits or demons or anything like that, but there are witches that do. Quietest, I truly do not know why you're still here. If you have such a big problem with witchcraft and drinking. Oh, no way, Dogma, that is so cool. Although, I know, it's okay. Trolls need love too. The Salem witch trials were not at all about actual witchcraft. It was about sexism, and also mass hallucinations. Drinking, absolutely radioactive fish. In fact, for a while, so I run this, oh my gosh, no, Harry, thank you for coming by, and thank you for bringing the folks. Sleep well, and I'll see you around, I'm sure. Amoeba, yes. So the Salem witch trials were actually, oh yeah, shit, I forgot. I was just about to take a shot of bullet, so. Cheers. And thank you for the follow. Molly Nicole, and Jules, and Cat Bacon, and Alyssa G, and Nick's Immortal, and all the rest of you. Okay. Cheers. Where did the lid go? Oh no. There it is. It is just regular bullet bourbon. How am I not drunk yet? I told you, I have a fucking ridiculous alcohol tolerance. I always have. I don't know why. Well, actually, it's probably because my ancestry is Polish, German, and Irish. So. Also, no, the bourbon is not cursed. Why would I curse bourbon that I was going to drink? That's just bad witchcraft. Dotagnin. You need to cleanse your third eye. Oh no! I don't know a lot about chakra work. Because amoeba. Right. Yeah, totally sober. Yeah, I don't know a ton about chakras because I generally try to stick with practices that are at least vaguely in line with my heritage. Arb717, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, chat username. We were just talking about that very book, The Golden Bough. I need to read it. I haven't. My altimeter. It's funny you should say that about my enunciation. Mainly, yes. Partially, yes. My parents were both teachers, and they both are from Chicago, and they moved us. I grew up in Pittsburgh, so they moved their family to Pittsburgh. They lived in D.C. for a while, and then moved us all to Pittsburgh. Radioactive fish. I will get on that. Maybe I'll read some of it on stream. But yeah, my parents were so determined. They hated the Pittsburgh accent so much. They were so determined that their children would not grow up with a Pittsburgh accent that they were super strict about our pronunciation. And then on top of that, I'm a classically trained soprano. And so as a singer, when you're singing, there's a certain level of, in order for people to understand what you're saying while you're singing, you have to super over enunciate everything. So between my super strict parents and the singing training, that's why. That's where the over enunciation came from. So, okay, there was something, chat username, were you asking for the name of the book? Because if so, it's called, oh cheesy, you and your flattery. The book is called The Golden Bough, branch, Bough, by Sir James G. Fraser, with a Z. So, I'm going to have to add that to the reading list, apparently, in addition to finishing this book. Of course. But of course. Okay. Well, now that I've got you all here, um, does anyone want a tarot reading before I dive back in to the Occult Primer? Gifferem, welcome. Oh my god, you took the exam? God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, Gif. You will for sure get it next time. It's okay. Like, a lot of these exams, you learn just as much from failing the exam as you do from the entire prep process. So, and yeah, I mean, Amoeba's right too. They're on a certain level. Your first instinct. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Altimeter. You're too sweet. But yeah. You'll be alright, but that still fucking sucks. I'm sorry that you missed the exam by, like, so close. Okay, see? You improved your previous score, and you're gonna do even better next time, and you're gonna fucking crush it. So, I have every faith in you, Gifferem. Okay, rewinding a small bit. I do tarot as well. Yeah, exactly. Amoeba. I mean, like, this one again. Dogma. That's exactly. I actually had a friend back in New York who, okay, she never called herself a witch, but she did these tarot readings that were, like, stupidly accurate, like, scarily stupidly accurate. She said she's always just had a knack, and her mother did as well. So in my opinion, she's a witch. And she said, after a while, she only did tarot readings with the major arcana. She didn't fuck with any of the other suites. And she said that the readings that she was doing were so, like, after a while, she was like, I don't want to know. Like, I don't want to know this shit. I just want to experience my life in the moment. Like, I don't want to know what's coming. So, it's a valid concern. Amoeba, I, like, would discourage that association, but I actually love it, so carry on. So, some serious change to the tarot. Yeah, well, Radioactive, did you want a tarot reading? I also could continue reading. I know, it's so funny. What else floats? Wood. Very small rocks. Churches. A duck. Good. Don't get me started on Monty Python. Aw, Gifram, thank you so much for the cheer. I hope you have an amazing rest of your week as well. And, oh God, Monty Python is so good. So good. Oh, a shrubbery. For the knights who say, me. Radioactive Fish, would you like a 1, 2, or 3 card reading? Like, do you just have a simple question to ask, or do you want a more general, like, how are things? Okay. Do you have, like, a specific situation that needs insight, or just in general? Okay. General reading. Got it. General reading for Radioactive Fish. Why? Well, I mean, you can ask something if you want. There's always next week. I don't think that weekly is too often to get tarot readings. I think daily is too often. Weekly is okay. Monthly is better. It is a relatively safe space. We tend to troll the trolls right back. And I try to discourage fighting in the chat of any kind. So we try to keep open minds here. I'm sorry, Amoeba, have you felt unsafe at any point during this stream? Okay, but see, the Quietist created a hostile environment in the first place. That's their own fault. Angry Amoeba. You're such an ass. So, for those of you who don't know, my first stream as an affiliate, I had configured this whole setup with the scrolling bar at the bottom and the chat and the overlays and blah blah blah. But for some reason, I couldn't get that the files were not updating during the stream, and so the Angry Amoeba was the last follower, the last person who had followed me during my stream on the previous Wednesday. So on Monday, when I logged in to do my first stream as an affiliate, and I had the whole overlay and everything going, none of these were updating, and the recent follower field just displayed Angry Amoeba's name for the entire stream, the entire 4 hours. So that was good for him. Not as good for anyone else, but yeah, for a follow, not even for a sub or a tier or anything else. He just had followed. Minimum effort, maximum return is what that was. So, oh man. I mean, what are you saying? I'm ungrateful? Cheesy? Is that what's happening here? Oh, okay. Good. Also, radioactive fish, do not worry. I'm just still shuffling for your reading. I like to make sure that I cleanse the deck with a good shuffle in between readings. Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god. You also have gotten... I did a reading earlier because everyone was commiserating about how got the most recognition for doing the least. That's exactly what happened. But, if that doesn't earn me some channel loyalty, I don't know what will. Fish, you are also getting a lot of sword cards. I did a reading earlier for everyone as to why this week has been so shitty, because we all were commiserating about what a shitty week we've had so far, even though it's only Wednesday. So I did a collective reading, and that's true, Amoeba, you have. And if you may note, I have granted you VIP status because of that. Grand 90, yes, you all get star treatment here. Every follower gets a 4-hour feature. I know. How do I find the time? the real question. Because I only stream for like 8 hours a week, tops. And usually closer to 6. So. Oh, interesting. Okay. A 15 card spread. You saw how long it took me to just pull 3, so I don't know how I feel about that. 15 card spreads are not on the menu. Oh. Okay. Give me just a minute. I'm interpreting. I'm listening to what the spirits tell me. No, I'm kidding. I'm looking up the card meanings because I know them, but I always like to be sure. I am a duck. You have found me out. Well, because while I know like the general meanings of all the cards, a lot of times there's like more specific information on, there's a specific site that I use, and she gives me these like really detailed write-ups of every card and what they mean and what they might mean. And so even though I might know like the gist of every card, like a 1 or 2 word explanation of the card, I like to look up the long form write-up of the card every time as well. There is very much meaning to them. And yes, as to what, totally, extra words and meanings. As the quietist and cheesy bites were saying, the sign of a good engineer is summoning your demon friends. So that's what I'm doing. That's how I do my job every day. I just summon my demon friends. How are you supposed to do code review without demons? Are there people out there doing code review without demons? Sounds fake to me. Because I rely on my demon friends. Look, that plant came with the holes, okay? If anyone is scared of being possessed. I know, radioactive fish, they do teach it in like the secret classes. Yeah. So, I'm sorry you didn't go to as good of a school, but all the best cybersecurity professionals are summoning demons. I mean, Control C, Control C. Okay. I'm gonna focus for like a minute. Like 1 minute. Now you know. Aren't you glad you came to this stream? How informative. Radioactive fish, I did the opposite, and I went to a conservatory for performing arts first, and then went into cybersecurity. Oh, you mean the kidnapping of Persephone? Yes, that is what it is. That's what that word used to mean, by the way. When he named the statue, that was the meaning of the word. Kidnapping. not the other thing. Yeah, no, it really did not. Okay. You're not going to die. However, there is a relatively negative card in this reading. So, the Three of Swords indicates that if you have not already, you will likely very soon experience some kind of heartbreak or betrayal. But what this card also means is like, it also turns up to remind us that to remind us that like pain is a normal part of life and that you have to be able to, I know, so many swords, and that's not the only one in this reading. I'm telling you, we're all just going through it out here. But specifically that it's okay to just like express your emotions and vent your frustrations and then move on from whatever that is. Also, the knave, there it is, the Knave of Swords shows that like whatever this heartbreak is or challenge is going to require and in fact inspire new methods of communication and new perspectives. Like the whatever the hurt is will force you to like change the way that you perceive things and the way that you communicate with those around you. The other thing, the third card, the Hierophant. The Hierophant is just a fancy word for the Pope. But this card comes about when you need to take a little instruction and a little bit of structure from some kind of established belief system. So there's some kind of like framework or belief system or, religion maybe, that is going to bring you a lot of comfort and like maybe even a jumping off point for the new perspectives and new ideas, especially if you don't already adhere to some kind of belief system. Just like dipping your toes into one might be beneficial at this time. And it might be what you need to get through the period of difficulty. Because sometimes, like, even if we don't usually like to, well, personally, I loathe external structures and boundaries and restrictions of any kind. But sometimes, when we're really going through it, it can be really comforting to, like, lean back on an existing belief system and learn from them and like rely on that for a little while, even if it's just temporary. Amoeba, I've been doing tarot cards I've been reading tarot for probably like 5 years, off and on. For a while, I was doing, so I have a witch blog. I'm on Tumblr, also as Hacker Witch with a 3. But that blog has been going since like 2016. And for a while, when I was first learning to read the tarot, I did a lot of online readings for people. So that's where I got my practice, is with the Tumblr community. And yeah, after a while, the demand for readings just got so high that I had to stop doing them. I had to stop doing them because it's kind of draining. Oh, radioactive! I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that. You can whisper it to me at some point if you want, or hit me up on Twitter or whatever. I'm around. All of my social medias have the same. It's Hacker Witch with a 3. You are so welcome. Anytime, really. So you do, Amoeba, you do get better as you go. Like anything, it takes practice, because a lot of what tarot is just like making connections and associations in your brain. You have to learn the meanings of all the cards, so that when you see them, you're like, oh, I know what this, I know where this is going. And you learn to interpret like even the art on the cards, and then associate different cards with like different situations where you've seen them pop up in the past. So you really do get better as time goes on. Because again, I don't think that people do have a knack for tarot reading. It's possible to be born with like an affinity for it. But like anything, I actually have read tarot tutorials when I was first learning to read. That it was like, oh, if you'd like take a minute while you're looking over the cards to just say like, oh, wow. Then it'll like make the reading seem that much more important and grave. It adds to the mystery of it all. I was like, I probably won't do that. I prefer to take a more analytical approach to tarot readings and like look at each card. That it's how did you know that was chapter 2 of this whole primer? You have to know when to be like, yes. The history of it is actually really cool. There's people who say it originated in medieval Europe, and then there's people who say it originated in Egypt and then was kind of knocked off by the nobility in medieval Europe, which I think is probably the more likely of the two. And it actually was Grand 90, yes. That's really, really important for being a witch as well. Exasperated size. But the tarot cards actually, it was a game. Like, it was a deck of playing cards. These chapter suggestions are so good. We might have to write our own manual for witchcraft and tarot readings. And this is good stuff. But yeah, tarot was actually a card game that was played. I think that the rules have been lost. I'm with you on that, Grand and Cheesy. These are all really useful skills for a witch, and especially for a tarot reader. So, yes. It does have does have a history. Look who we have here. Oh, never mind. He's gone. Chester came by to say hello. And he's back. He can never resist attention for too long. Hello, dude. What do you need advice about? That's cool. Chester. Chester the tabby cat. Oh, okay. Oh my god, Jess. Just trying to pull my headphones out of the... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Can you be... Ugh. You want to get your first job, but you don't want people around you. I mean, a lot of jobs are remote these days because of the fucking plague. You mean you don't want to work with people at all? Like, you don't want to be on a team? Or anything? Because you know who else doesn't speak to people? Archivists. It's not a particularly lucrative field, though. Yeah, I was gonna, software development, but only if you're just writing your own software, because otherwise it requires a certain level of collaboration. You don't want people around you at all. Well, there's very few things that you can do in true isolation. Because generally, what makes a job worth doing is that people are going to pay you to do it. Which at least requires collaboration with the people paying you. Night Watchman is a good one, chat username. There's cat hair. On the mic. ASMR, ASMR. Okay, Chester. Would I do ASMR? I guess. I don't know. Yeah, freelance writing. Please don't. Okay. All right, so you need solo remote work. Librarian. And that's kind of along the same lines I was thinking with archivist. Oh, thank you, Chester. Thank you. Yes, I've been told the same, cheesy. Assuming you mean voice. Oh, why? I don't think that ASMR is a bad thing. I actually quite enjoy ASMR videos and such, but I also know that for whatever reason it's considered a particularly thirst-trappy thing to do here on Twitch. Yeah, it makes me sleepy too. Well, because it just I don't know. I definitely get the tingly feeling on my scalp and the back of my neck, but in a good way. Live ASMR is terrible. I'm cheesy. Don't ruin my fun, okay? A 23rd century nun. Oh my god. Some of my favorite ASMR videos have been haircut ones or stuff like that. I guess I have the whole what is this called? Like a buffer, protector on the mic. But I guess if I took it off, I could do ASMR stuff, but it is a pop. I think No, I think pop filter is like the round, like mesh disc that sometimes comes off of a microphone. Um, but also it might be the same. It might they because they serve the same purpose. It's for wind and stuff. Yes. But it also does kind of soften that. Although listening back to my streams, my S's are so harsh sounding. I don't like it. I don't like the way my own S's sound when listening back to it. They are! So I'm not sure how to even fix that, honestly. Because I don't think that they sound particularly harsh in person, but they just come across like really bad in for this microphone. By chat username. Thank you for coming by, and please do come by anytime. Stop back in. Spaniard and just speak with a lisp. I guess I could. You know, I don't know how you would go about overcoming that kind of fear. What I've generally found is when there's something that I'm, like when I don't have a choice because my livelihood depends on it. Oh, de-esser, I will check it out, thank you. Yeah, like when you don't really have a choice, your livelihood depends on it, and I mean, you would know, quietist. But there have been a lot of times when I've kind of had to force myself to do things that I probably wouldn't have otherwise, things that I may have been like nervous or afraid about previously, because I had to do them to like make ends meet. You know what I mean? So if you really, I hate to use the word desperate, but that's what it is, then like it kind of pushes you. I don't know if that's like good advice, but that's how I've gotten past stuff in the past. Yeah, sometimes you just have to do it. Or, I mean, if there's some reason that you are like particularly afraid, if it's trauma based, like because of something that happened to you, then that's something that you'd probably want to talk about in therapy. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Juicy Poopers. Therapy should be on everyone's radar, I agree. Because none of us is perfect, and no one's parents are perfect. And so everyone gets fucked up as they're being raised, just because, like, humans are human. And it's always worth looking into, like, how you can be a better human. In my opinion. Well, dude, that's actually that like really strong aversion to it's called, like rejection something, is a symptom of ADHD. Can be a symptom of ADHD. It's like a heightened sensitivity to like rejection and like what other people think. Rejection dysphoria. Thank you, Dharma. So, yeah, it's definitely worth looking into, in my opinion. And kind of trying to figure out what the root of it is. And then addressing that. Because there's always the option to just go for it anyway. And you know, humans are like more adaptable than we think we are. So when we need to, we do what needs to be done. And we're generally able to adapt to like really unbelievably difficult things. I don't think I know about Dr. K. Yeah, that's true, dude. You are chatting with us about it, so like you're in the chat communicating with other people in chat. So that's a step in the right direction. Kevorkian. I don't think that's quite what Cheesy is referring to. Ooh, Grant, thank you for the subscription. Look at you. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you to our Sky Lord Jeffrey Bezos. Can you believe he went to space in a penis? I cannot. Oh, Grant. Truly, who are we to disagree with our great overlord? No, I mean, I can believe it. It's like, it's less like, oh, I can't believe he did that, and more like, I can't believe that we have come to this as a species. It's so, we have penetrated space on this day. We have. Yeah, our species has created a lot of interesting and marvelous things, but I think that a space penis was not on the list of things that I would have expected. That's all. But it just goes to show, like, the amount of lizard men. Yes, I've heard about them. They control everything. This was not on the 2021 bingo card. Space penis. It's always been on the timeline. We just didn't expect it to happen so soon. And, I mean, I guess we could go back to the moon. I don't know. Whopper raises a good point. Okay, the housing might be cheaper on the moon, but I actually don't know about the commute. Also, didn't he just like went up and came straight back down? I don't know. I haven't read enough about the whole thing because I don't care about it. But I feel like I should, yeah, exactly. Just an afternoon jaunt. Nothing wrong with that. So, yeah. Oh, near space. Frank, that's a terrible joke. Just the tip. Yeah, right, like, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the requirements should be for saying you've, like, been to space, but I don't know. Also, it's been all over Twitter how, like, like, Bezos is so proud of himself for doing something that a dog did, like, however many years ago. Which, I guess, is true. A certain distance outside of the atmosphere, yeah, I think that Oh my god. Grand 90, that sounds so brilliant. No, Amoeba, we're not on the giant penis. We're just on, the globe. Excuse me. We're on the globe. The earth, as it were. I mean, I guess in comparison to other penises, it's relatively large. Oh, we had a flat earth discussion in here a few weeks ago. It was very fun. We had a flat earther come into the chat and actually stay for like the majority of the stream. And then I think he followed. It was before I was an affiliate, so. Oh, totally. It was totally trolling. But it doesn't matter. Sometimes trolls are fun. It's fun to play with trolls sometimes, okay? Maybe that makes me a bad streamer, but I think that trolls have their place. Yes. The Earth is donut-shaped, and the aliens live in the middle. That's the truth of the universe that no one will tell you. That's why you come here, for the hard-hitting facts about things. Oh, I haven't seen Tomorrow War, but I know, Grand 90. That's why I used them. It's like real. It's real life. I have Amazon Prime keeps trying to get me to watch the Tomorrow War, and I just have no desire to do so. I've seen so many previews for it, and every time I'm like, yeah, still no. Still no. A good action flick? Yeah, exactly. I can watch it tomorrow. I'm oddly enough, for as interested as I am in aliens and whatever, I don't actually like watching that genre of movie very much. I do like action flicks a lot. Incentives for watching it. I don't know about that. But they've definitely been pushing the advertising, that's for sure. I know. Ugh. Oh, Whopper. I feel that so hard. I'm actually like low-key mad about the fact that Amazon owns Twitch, because I don't like to encourage them or give them any money. And I feel like by participating on this platform, I'm just inherently doing that. I also feel like I can't be too... yeah, they do. Well, that's the problem. Literally everything in America is owned by the same 3 companies. If you go high enough up the ladder, it's really fucked. Well, that's the thing. Amoeba, that's the thing. The convenience is how they fucking get you. That's the selling point. It's it's so convenient though. And people will sign away anything. I mean, I do the same. Privacy, rights, for the sake of convenience. People do it every single day. So, yes. I don't remember where. I'm gonna have to find the meme, but there was a a 2-panel meme. The first one said America 1960s, and there was a woman who, the caption was like, oh no, what if the CIA puts a listening device in my phone? I'm like so afraid of being monitored. What if the CIA puts a listening device in my phone? And then the second panel is like 2019 or whatever. Same woman. The caption is, CIA listening device. Could you add strawberries to my shopping list, please? We've all just like willingly invited listening devices into our homes. That it'll probably be on Twitter and potentially Instagram. Yeah, there absolutely is modern day slavery as well. I missed a bit in the chat, but that's totally like an exception that was written into, like, slavery was abolished except in the case of prison labor, like convicts. So then they just made an effort to like arrest mostly people of color and like subject them to a life of slavery. Yes, amoeba. And yes, ew to private prisons, because that was like the worst idea. Those institutions should not be for profit. But see, they're not the only ones profiting. Then like every company that uses the prison labor and pays those people like 2 cents an hour, they're just as much at fault. It's really terrible. It's quite fucked, actually. So it's all, when you start to look at the history, it's all like kind of consistent behavior. And we've like villainized the past without recognizing that like we're doing all of that same shit right now. It's just under a different like title. Oh my god. Banners on prison walls. Same way that, oh, average student, thank you for the subscription. And Aramakwa, this is actually, thank you. It's my real bookshelf and altar. The court system here is a racket. The prison system is a racket. Well, you're more than welcome. Although I am about to wrap up for the evening. But you're welcome to stay as long as we're here. And to come back. Whenever. Aramakwa, welcome to you as well. We were kind of talking about witchcraft at one point. Now things have kind of devolved. Oh, well, in that case, more than welcome. We will try and help you out if we can. But also, I don't know, some of y'all seem to hate it here. I don't know why you've stayed as long as you have. Ah, yes, Amoeba pretty much has like covered. We have pretty much covered the gamut. Ugh, you. Oh, I don't know, quietest. I don't know. Just a fleeting thought. Oh yes, the flat Earth and where the aliens live. Because, oh, thank you for the follow, Aramakwa. We did determine earlier in the evening that the Earth is donut-shaped. And, Whopper, that is the problem. Not everyone with pretty eyes is a nice person. You can take me as a direct example of that. Yes, Grand Nine. Or Pixel, thank you for the follow. A very detailed interpretation that hand gestures to show where. So, like, in the Earth is donut shaped and like relatively flat with some curved edges, and then the aliens live in the middle in the donut hole is what we decided. So. Dustin, thank you for the follow. So, yes, Bezos, just the tip of that penis ship went into the sky and just ever so slightly penetrated the outer atmosphere. And then came right back down. Because, I don't know, he was shy. Well, I don't know. We always cover like 8 million topics on any given night. The penis ship is relatively large. It was cold. Grand 90 year, so that's probably what it was. Too cold. And see, Whopper, I don't think it got to the point where the pull-out game being good is like a compliment. There was shrinkage. I was in the pool. America's Got Nick Cannon. Kingdom Come, an episode with witches. Huh. Interesting. Well, I mean, Yikes Factory. The entertainment business, I don't know. It's going. I'm being entertaining. Apparently. Yeah, I don't game currently. Although thank you, I'm glad that you're entertained. That's my goal. Well, I mean both. I'm being entertained, and hopefully also entertaining you all in the process. But there may come a time when I take up gaming, and if that time comes, I will attempt to stream whatever game that may be occasionally. But no guarantees. Because the one time I tried PC gaming, I was so incredibly bad at it. Like, I could barely walk. I could barely navigate the game. It was just so foreign to me. I was never allowed to play games like that as a kid, so. If I quietest, I would probably do some kind of like Skyrim is one that I've always been kind of interested in, and The Secret World. Well, yeah, I do love Magic the Gathering, but is that a PC game? Because I don't think that I mean, the witch episode of the game on YouTube, that's probably true. I could do that. I could do a stream that was like just a reaction video to that video. Hashtag content creation. But oh my god. God, the penis spaceship jokes are just too good tonight. They're just rolling. Okay, so Magic the Gathering is a PC game now. Quality content, thank you. My reaction to the dungeon run? I don't know. I feel like I'd be boring watching a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Because I'd probably just listen to it and not say very much. Oh, MTG Arena. Interesting. Well, in that case, it's on the list of possible games that I may stream at some point in the future. But yeah, probably like fantasy magic type stuff. for reasons. But I don't know. I mean, that's like a big if, because honestly, streaming twice a week is like hard. Like, it's a lot for me to squeeze this in with work and everything else I've got going on. It's not like there have been a lot of nights where I've had to like force myself to come on here. I always enjoy it once I'm streaming, but like it's hard to oh, The Witcher. See, I really liked that show, and I actually have also thought that the game is probably good if they made a show out of it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just like reluctant to add another stream night. I guess I could replace this one with gaming, or I could just do sporadic gaming streams and you would never know when I was going to be on. Whopper, should you go to a strip club for your 21st birthday? Yes, bring a lot of money. Bring at least $300 and go. Have an amazing time. Okay, wait. What were you, who was asking me about the Witcher Oblivion? Yeah, I also would really like for strip clubs to reopen. The hacking, well, yeah, the hacking stream I think is what people like the most. But it's so mentally taxing for me. I can't do it more than once a week. Like, it's draining. It's draining. So, yeah, that's why. Like, I want to have a second stream, but it's like really important to, yeah, it's really important to have like more of a low-key night for me. Charcoaling sticks or wood chips? What are you talking about? Nude hand sanitizer oil wrestling. That sounds intense. Oh, you mean like different types of incense? Because I do have, I mean, somewhere, I actually have been meaning to, so this is like my little incense burner. It's kind of full of ashes at the moment, but, oh, no, amoeba, I cannot. But what I'll put like a little charcoal briquette in there and then sprinkle like crystalline incense on top of it, and it smolders and smokes and smells amazing. And same with this thing, actually. That's also kind of on the stream. Although this is, it gets super hot when there's charcoal in it. So, also this lid has the tendency to smother the charcoal. So I can't exactly put it on, like it'll stop it from burning and stop the incense from smoldering. So as pretty as it is closed, I usually can't leave it closed when I'm actually burning incense in here. But I think that this is lovely. I'm pretty sure I got this at the same witch store as I got the Occult Primer. Do I work with a charcoal supplier? No, I buy self-lighting charcoal. Charcoal. Same as you would for like a hookah. Yeah. I wasn't gonna tell you guys yet, but like, I'm just here to sell charcoal. I am an undercover charcoal saleswoman. What can I say? You've found me out. For your smokers, like a grill. Amoeba. And radioactive fish, if you're referring to hookah being the best, I wholeheartedly agree. Love that shit. Yes. Another, I know, it's unoriginal. But what can I say? My passion is for charcoal. So, I'm sorry if you thought this was something else. It's just not. No, I know. Like, a smoker is definitely a different thing. I'm surprised you don't use, like, wood for your smoker. Like, aren't different types of wood supposed to lend different flavors to the meat that you're smoking? Oh, wood on top of the charcoal. Okay. I guess I could see how that would work. I don't know. I don't eat meat anymore. But you're right. I was just playing coy. Yeah, we're just lo-fiing it up today, music-wise, so it's just kind of like a little background smidgen. You would not die if you didn't eat meat, I assure you. I promise you. It's all just about, like, what we're used to, isn't it? Like, any dietary change seems like a horrible imposition at first and makes you sick and, like, but then after a couple of weeks you just get used to it. Like, say if you give up sugar or meat or processed foods or whatever, like, yeah, it is. No, I think I did put the music a little quieter, and also because it's lo-fi, it's like not as present as the EDM that I play on Mondays. Also, I think this song is a little quieter than whenever I was setting my levels earlier. That song was a little louder. Yeah, I need to look into getting whatever the fuck that de-esser thing is, because, wow. I swear my S's are not that harsh in real life. Or at least I don't think they are. I guess I don't know that for sure. I don't think I've ever tried to record myself elsewhere. Hello, Miss Kira. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I am winding down for the evening. It's true. We can't all be perfect. But I would like to find someone to raid, since there's like a decent number of you in here. I don't know any other supernatural raider, like, channels. Look, I can't guarantee that I'll find a channel talking about space penises, okay? Ugh, there's only 2 people that I follow online. There's... It's not 5 hours. I'm going on 4. It's only 10:30. So I guess... No, I guess it has been 4. No, I'm just going on 4 hours. I'm, like, not super tired, but I'm... see. No, I need more recommended channels. Ooh. Do you guys want to go rate an art channel? I don't know. Maybe you're not into art. Can look for another just chatting person, but I don't know. Some of those are kind of sketch. It's true. I could. They're all. I know. That's what I'm saying. Okay, wait. There's no, that's too much. God, there's some very cute girls on here, but I just like can't guarantee that any of them are actually gonna be interesting to listen to. And I feel like that's important. I agree. I also like the idea of finding smaller streamers. I bet we could find an art stream with very few people watching. Let's see. Sort by viewers, low to high. Yeah. I mean, that's so simple. Okay, I think I might have found a good one. Okay, Grand 90. Alright, I think this is perfect. I have found an art stream. She's just doing digital art. Like, just sketching on a little draw pad. She has 2 viewers at the moment. I think this is good. I think this is the one. So, all of it, hopefully I'll do a better job at like rating than I did last time, because that was only slightly embarrassing. Okay. Now. Okay, we're all heading over to Karen Draws. Yup, Blinds Cap, thank you so much. It has always been a life goal of mine to look like LeBron James. Now, I'm sending you all over to Karen Draws. Be nice. Say nice things. Well, it is every girl's dream. And hopefully you'll enjoy this kind of like low-key, laid-back art stream while you drift off or segue into the next portion of your day. Good night to all. Thank you for hanging out and listening to me. And, oh, you're so welcome. It's been lovely meeting all of you. And also, yeah, thank you for those of you who were part of the raid, my raid earlier and stayed. It's been a pleasure to have you all. And hopefully I will see you next week.